it to the open heat to melt it, the sugar thus forms a glaze or crust. 6. 474 Meatballs with laser. Apfelis Garatas 1. Laser, ginger, cardamom, and a dash of broth. Crush this all, mix well, and cook the meatball. Therein 2. 1 cf. Summary of dishes, and note 1 to excerpt to 3. 2 Dan. Adds cumin, due perhaps to the faulty reading of the sentence. Misses cum his omnibus tritus, etc. 7. 475 Sea Scorpion with turnips. Pisces Scorpions Rapulatos 1. Cook the fish in broth and oil, retire when half done, soak boiled turnips, chop very fine and squeeze them in your hands so that they have no more moisture in them, then combine them with the fish and let them simmer with plenty of oil. And while this cooks, crush cumin, half of that amount of laurel berries, and, because of the color, add saffron, bind with rice flour to give it the right consistency. Add a dash of vinegar and serve. 1 rapa, ripum, white turnip, rape, turnip head. 8. 476 Sauce for any kind of fish, fried make thus. Pisces Phrixos quaescum generis. Crush pepper, coriander seed, laser root, oregano. Rue, fig dates, moisten with vinegar, oil. Broth, adding reduced must, all this prepare and mix carefully, place in small casserole to heat. When thoroughly heated, pour over the fried fish, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 9. 477 Sauce for same fried fish make thus. Item Pisces Phrixos. Crush pepper, lovage 1, laurel berries, coriander. And moisten with honey, broth 2, wine, raisin. Wine, or reduced spiced wine, cook this on a slow fire, bind with rice flour and serve. 1 Sch Logisticum. 2 Wanting in Sch. X. 478 Sauce for roast fish 1. Pisces Assos. Crush pepper, lovage, saturate, dry onions, moisten with vinegar, add fig dates, dill, yolks of egg, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, reduced must, all this. Mix thoroughly and underlay the fish with it. 1 The fish was probably broiled on the craticula, see our illustration. The nature of this sauce is not quite clear. If properly handled, it might turn out to be a highly seasoned mayonnaise, or a vinaigrette, depending on the mode of manipulation, either would be suitable for fried or broiled fish. 11. 479 Fish and wine sauce. Pisces Enotogonon 1. Fry the fish, crush pepper, lovage, rue, green herbs, dry onions, add oil wine broth and serve. 1 Em and GV. Enotogonon, enotogano and in the summary of dishes. Enotogonon, sch Eliogaro. Rather an obscure term, owing to the diversity of spelling. We would call it a dish stewed in or prepared with wine, although wine is absent in the present formula. However, it is given in 13, which bears the same name. Dan is obviously mistaken in styling this preparation oil broth. 12. 480 Cold sauce for sardines make thus. Sardoche 1 Sic facies. Crush pepper, lovage seed, oregano, dry onions. Hard-boiled yolks, vinegar, oil, this must be combined into 1-2 and underlaid. 1 A kind of small tunny, which, like our herring, used to be pickled or salt, corresponding to the anchovy. A sardine, from the island of Sardinia. Sardus, the inhabitant of Sardinia. 2 The absence of detailed instructions as to the manipulation of the yolks, oil and vinegar is regrettable, upon them depends the certainty or uncertainty of whether the ancients had our modern mayonnaise. 13. 481 Fish stewed in wine. Pisces enotogonon 1. Raw fish any kind you prefer, wash, prepare, cut into handy size, arrange in a saucepan, add oil, broth, vinegar, a bunch of leeks and fresh coriander, and cook. Meanwhile crush pepper, oregano, lovage with the bunches of leeks and coriander which you have cooked with the fish, and pour this preparation into the saucepan. When the fish is done, retire it and arrange the pieces in the serving dish, casserole, bowl, or platter. Bring the residue in the saucepan to a boiling point, allow it to reduce slowly to the right consistency. Strain the sauce of the fish, sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1 cf. Note to 11. This enotogonon resembles the bouillabaisse, the famous Marseille's fish chowder. In addition to the above manner, it is flavored with saffron. An excellent dish, especially with the judicious addition of onions, parsley, a suspicion of garlic, and small sippets of toasted bread. 14. 482 Mullet stewed with dill. Make thus. Mullos anethados 1 sic facies. Prepare the fish, clean, wash, trim, cut into pieces, and place in a saucepan, adding oil, broth, wine, bunches of leeks, fresh coriander, fresh dill. Place on fire to cook. Meanwhile put pepper in the mortar. Pound it, add oil, and 1 part of vinegar and raisin wine to taste. This preparation transfer into a saucepan, place on the fire to heat, tie with roux. Add to the fish in the saucepan. Sprinkle with pepper. And serve. 1 from anethus dill, which is omitted in formula. Sch anicatos, i.e. submersos, because the original fails to state the dill in the formula. Such conjecture is not justified. 15. 483 Mullet another style. A liter mullos. Scrape, wash, place the fish in a saucepan, add oil, broth, wine, and a bunch of leeks and fresh coriander to the mess. Set on the fire to cook. Crush pepper, lovage, oregano, moisten with some of the fish's own liquor from the saucepan. Add raisin wine to taste. Put it into a pot and on the fire to heat. Tie with roux and presently add it to the contents. In the saucepan 1 sprinkle with pepper and serve. 1. It appears that the patina mentioned in this and in the foregoing formula is either a finely wrought metal saucepan or chafing dish, or a plainer cumana, an earthenware casserole, either of which may be used for service at the table. It may be noticed how this manner of preparing fish has a tendency to preserve all the savory flavors and juices of the fish, a process in this respect both rational and economical. 16. 484 Murina 1, eel 2 or mullet. Make thus. Murinam aut anguillas vel mullos sic facies. Clean the fish and carefully place in a sauce pan. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, oregano, mint, dry onions, crush, moisten with a small glass of wine, half of that of broth, and of honey 1/3 part, and a moderate amount of reduced must, say a spoonful. It is necessary that the fish be entirely covered by this liquor so that there may be sufficient juice during the cooking. 1. The ancients considered the murina one of the finest of fish, the best were brought from the Straits of Sicily. Rich Romans kept them alive in their fish ponds, often large and elaborate marble basins called piscina, fattened the fish, kept it ready for use. Polio fattened murinas on human flesh, killing a slave on the slightest provocation and throwing the body into the fish pond. He would eat only the liver of such murinas. This is the only case of such cruelty on record, and it has often been cited and exaggerated. 2. Perhaps the sea eel, or conger, according to Dan. Also very much esteemed. The witty Plautus names a cook in one of his comedies Congrio, because the fellow was slippery. 17. 485 Dressing for spiny lobster, and squill. Locustum, et Silam, 1. Crush pepper, lovage, celery seed, pour in vinegar. Broth, yolks of hard-boiled eggs, mix well together 2 and dress the boiled shellfish meat with it and serve. 1 cf. Summary of dishes. 2 Another of Apicius' hasty and laconic formulae. No indication as to how to use the ingredients named. According to our notion of eating, there is only one way: the shellfish is boiled in aromatic water, allowed to cool off, the meat is then taken out of the shells, the above named ingredients are combined in a manner of a mayonnaise or a vinaigrette, although the necessary oil is not mentioned here. The dressing is poured over the shellfish meat, and the result is a sort of salad or cocktail as we have today. 18. 486 Sauce for boiled fish. In Piscibus elixis. Crush pepper, lovage, celery seed, oregano which moisten with vinegar, add pine nuts, fig dates 1. In sufficient quantity, honey, vinegar, broth, mustard. Mix and combine properly and bring forth. 1 Dan is undecided as to whether this is dates or date wine. Gall thinks it is mustard seed, which is not so bad gastronomically, but the original leaves? No room for any doubt. 19. 487 A dish of sole with eggs. Patina sole arum ex ovis. Scale skin clean the soles, place in a shallow sauce pan, add broth, oil white wine, a bunch of leeks, and coriander seed, place on fire to cook, grind a little pepper, oregano, moisten with the fish. Liquor from the saucepan. Take 10 raw eggs, beat them and mix with the remaining liquor, put it all back over the fish, and on a slow fire allow to heat without boiling and thicken to the right consistency, sprinkle with pepper 1. 1 very similar to sole au vin blanc. Cf. number 155. XX. 488 Suckling pig, coriander sauce. Porcellum coriandridum. Roast the pig carefully, make thus a mortar mixture, pound pepper, dill, oregano, green coriander, moisten with honey, wine, broth, oil, vinegar. Reduced must. All of this when hot pour over the roast, sprinkle raisins, pine nuts, and chopped onions over and so serve. XXI. 489 Suckling pig, wine sauce. Porcellum in a coctum 1. Take the pig, garnish with a marinade of herbs, etc. Cook. Roast it with oil and broth. When done, put in the mortar pepper, rue, laurel berries, broth, raisin, wine or reduced wine, old wine, crush all, mix and prepare to a point, dress the pig on a showy service. 2 Platter and serve. 1 i.e. in a coctum, cooked or prepared in wine sauce. 2 Dan is of the opinion that the pig is cooked in a copper vessel, because the instructions are to serve it in patina mahanium. XXII. 490 Pig, pan gravy. Porcellum eoiure. Roast the pig in its own juice, when done retire. Bind the gravy with rue, strain, put in a sauce boat and serve. XXIII. 491 Pig sprinkled with thyme. Porcellum thymosparsum. Milk-fed pig, killed on the previous day, boil with salt and dill, transfer it into cold water, carefully keeping it submerged, to preserve its whiteness. Thereupon make a cold dressing of the following green: savory herbs, fresh thyme, a little fleabane, hard boiled eggs, onions, everything chopped fine, sprinkle everything over the pig which has been taken out of the water and allowed to drip off, and season with a pint of broth, 1 measure of oil, 1 of raisin wine, and so present it 1. We would first mix the liquid components of this dressing with the chopped ingredients and then spread the finished dressing over the pig. Our author, no doubt, had this very process in mind. XXIV. 492 Pickled suckling pig. Porcellum oxysomum 1. Garnish: prepare and marinate the pig correctly and place it in a liquor prepared as follows: put in the mortar 50 grains of pepper, as much honey too as is required, 3 dry onions, a little green or dry coriander, a pint of broth, 1 sextarius of oil, 1 pint of water, all this put in a stew pan. Brazier: place the pig in it. When it commences to boil, stir the gravy quite frequently 3 so as to thicken it. Should the broth thus be reduced by evaporation, add another pint of water. In this manner, cook braise the pig to perfection and serve it. 1 Exodianum, and in the summary of dishes, exosum, i.e. oxysomum. It is curious to note the various spellings and meanings of oxysomum. This is supposed to be a sour sauce or an acid preparation of some kind, yet this recipe does not mention acids. In fact, the presence of honey would make it a sweet preparation. We take it, the garnish contains the necessary vinegar or other acids, such as lemon juice, wine, etc. Oxysomum is properly rendered pickle. 2 Dan. Oil, occurring twice in his version. 3 Sepius, Dan. Confusing sepi with sepa, renders this onion sauce. The same occurs to him in XXVII. XXV. 493 Pig with laser. Porcellum laceratum. In the mortar pound pepper, lovage, caraway, a little cumin, live laser root, moisten with vinegar, add pine nuts, fig dates, honey, vinegar, broth, prepared mustard, finish with oil to taste, and pour over the roast pig. XXVI. 494 Pig in sauce. Porcellum iacelatum. In the mortar put pepper, lovage, or anise, coriander, rue, a laurel berry, pound all, moistening with broth, add leeks, raisin wine, or a little honey, a little wine, and a like amount of oil. When this has been cooked, tie with rue. XXVII. 495 Plain lamb 1. Agnum simplicem. Of the skinned lamb make small cutlets which wash carefully and arrange in a saucepan, add oil, broth, wine, leeks, coriander cut with the knife. When it commences to boil, stir very frequently. 2 And serve. 1 Unquestionably the ancient equivalent for Irish stew. 2 Cf. Note 3 to 492, XXIV. The presence of onion, however, would do no harm here. XXVII. 496 Kid with laser. Hedum laceratum. The well-cleaned guts of a kid fill with a preparation of pepper, broth, laser, oil 1, and put them back into the carcass which sew tightly and thus cook. Roast the kid whole. When done, put in the mortar rue, laurel berries, and then serve the kid, which meanwhile has been retired from the pot, with its own drippings or gravy. 1 There being only liquids for this filling of the guts, a more solid substance, such as pork forcemeat, eggs, or cereals would be required to make an acceptable filling for the casings of the kid. Furthermore, sausage, for such is This in fact, must be thoroughly cooked before it can be used for the filling of the carcass, as not sufficient heat would penetrate the interior during the roasting. To cook any raw dressing. XXIX. 497 Thrush à la santé. Turdos Hapentaminos 1. Crush pepper, laser, laurel berry, mix in cumin 2. Garum and stuff the thrush with this preparation. 3. Through the throat 4, tying them with a string. Thereupon make this preparation in which they are cooked, consisting of oil, salt, water 5. Dill and heads of leeks. 1 cf. Summary of dishes, term not identified, derived from the Greek. Meaning to drive away all stomach ills. 2. We use juniper berries today instead of cumin. 3 cf. Note to 496, XXVIII. 4. Thrush and other game birds of such small size are not emptied in the usual way, they are cooked with the entrails, or, the intestines are taken out, seasoned, sauté, and are either put back into the carcasses, or are served separately on bread croutons. In this instance, the necessary seasoning is introduced through the throat, a most ingenious idea that can only occur to Apicius. 5. In other instances we have pointed out where a small amount of water was used to clarify the oil used for frying foods. The presence here of water leads us to believe that the thrush were not cooked, i.e. boiled, but that they were fried in a generous amount of oil. This would make the ancient process remarkably similar to the present European way of preparing thrush or field fare, or similar game birds. For water used to clarify oil, see note 3 to number 250. XXX. 498 Turtle doves. Turchers. Open them, prepare marinate carefully, crush pepper. Laser, a little broth, immerse the doves in this preparation so that it will be absorbed by them, and thus roast them. XXXI. 499 Sauce for partridge 1. IUS in perd ices. Crush in the mortar pepper, celery, mint, and rue, moisten with vinegar, add fig date wine, honey, vinegar, broth, oil, let it boil likewise and serve. 1. This formula evidently is a fragment. End of the summary of dishes of the excerpts of Vini Darius. Explicit Bruis Siberum. End of the recipes of Apicius. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Lister edition, Amsterdam, 1709. Lister's second edition was printed at Amsterdam, 1709, by very able printers, the Janssen Weisbergs. It is a very worthy book in every respect which, as Embry says in Tresser de Livres Rares et Precieux, may be included in the collection of the Variorum Apiciana. See larger image. Go to transcription of diagram. Diagram of Apicius manuscripts and printed editions, showing relation to each other and indicating the sources of the present translation. Incipit Condidum Paradoxum. Opening recipe number 1, Book 1, Apicius. From the manuscript of the 9th century in the library of the Vatican at Rome. Apiciana. A bibliography of Apician manuscripts and printed editions. A manuscripts. Summary of manuscripts. Location. No of Ms. Books. New York, I. 1. Rome, 2, 4 and 17. 3. Paris, 3 and v. 2. Florence, 6, 7, 8 and 9. 4. Oxford, X and 11. 2. Cesena, 12. 1. Munich, 18. 1. Not accounted for, 13, 14, 15, 16. 4. Total of manuscript books, 18. Doubtful as to present location, The Codex Humelbergii, cf 11, Oxford. Description of manuscripts. I. 9th century. New York, Library of the Academy of Medicine, until 1930 in Cheltenham. Gloucester, Biblioth. Phillips, 275, in the Library of Sir Thomas Phillips, A. Codex ca 9th century, 4-2, parchment, 275 pages, originally bound up with Phil. 386, which is said to have come from the Benedictine Abbey of St. Ghislain. Founded at the end of the 7th century in the Diocese of Cambrai, partly in Continental, but mostly in Anglo-Saxon Minisul of the 9th century, not unlike the Anglo-Saxon Minisul of Fulda. Title missing. Cf. Vollmer, Study N, pages 5-6. The writer who has hastily inspected the manuscript in 1931 is of the opinion that 3 different hands wrote this book. Part of the index is gone, too. The book commences with lib 7 of the index. Bound in an 18th century French full leather binding. It was brought to America by Dr. Margaret B. Wilson and presented to the Library of the A of M in 1931. 2. 9th century. Rome, Vatican Library. Vat Verbenas, Lat. 1146, 9th century. 58 sheets, 2 blanks in the beginning and 2 at the end. Size 23.75 times 18.75 centimeters, heavy parchment. 20 to 21 lines to the page, not numbered. Sheet 1R, illuminated by square panel in purple and gold letters, caput quadra. INCPAPICAE nothing else. Sheet 1v3 are the title, Epimele Liber I, and the titles of Book I, illuminated with columns, flowers, and birds. Sheet 3 are between the foot of the columns explicit caput vla. Sheet 3v a panel in purple similar to sheet 1R with inscription, INCP Condit Paradox. Sheet 4R commences the text with the title, I, Conditum Paradoxum. Captions, marginal. Figures and initials in red. The captions are written in good uncials throughout. The first text words usually in half uncials, continuing in an even and beautiful minusul. The explicits and incipits invariably in capitales rustica. Sheet 58v. End of text with explicit liber X. Traub, Vollmer, and others believe that this manuscript was written in or in the vicinity of Tours in the 9th century. 3. 8th century. Paris, Lat. 10,318 8th century. Codex Salmogenus, pages 196 to 203, Apicii excerpta. Avini Dario Vir. In L. See illustration. Excerpts from Apicius, 31 formulae not found in the traditional Apicius and quite different in character. Cf. Notes on Vini Darius, preceding the excerpta, which follow the end of Book X of Apicius. 4. 15th century. Rome, Vatican Library, Vat Verbenas, Lat. 1145, parchment, 15th century. 51 sheets, 20 lines to the page, title, Apicius. V. 15th century. Paris, Lat. 8209, paper, 15th century. 131 sheets, 30 lines to the page. 6. 15th century. Florence, Lore. 73, 20. 15th century. 84 sheets, 26 lines to the page. 7. 15th century. Florence, Lore. Straws. 67, 15th century. 50 sheets, 23 lines to the page. Title: Apicius. 8, 15th century. Florence, Ricardianus, 141, L329, paper, 179 sheets, irregular number of lines, pages 123 to 179, Apicius. 15th century. 9, 1462. Florence, Ricardianus, 662, MI 26, finished April 4, 1462, paper, 79 sheets, 26 lines to the page. pp 41 to 79 Apicius, written by Pascutius Sabinus. Bologna, 1462. X, 1490. Oxford, Bottle. Canon, Lat. 168 4 to MIN 78 pages dated May 28, 1490. In fine, scriptum per me Petrum Antonium Salendum Reginensum die XXVII me. MCCCCLXXXX. 11, 15th century. Oxford, Bottle. Ad. B 110, 15th century, Italian, CFH Skinkel, Biblo. Britain. IP 79 and 384 and F. Mudun, a summary catalogue of Western MSS. In the Bodleian Library, Oxford, 1905, p. 660. Volmer says that this ms belonged to a son of Humelbergius, as proven by P. Lehmann. 12, 14th century. Cesena, Bibl Municip, 14th century. 13. A manuscript in the library of the Sforza brothers at Pesaro which burned in 1514, known only from the catalogue. CFA Vernarucci, La Libreria Digio. Sforza in Archivio Storico per le Marchi Umbria, 3, 1886, 518, 790. 14. A manuscript used by Boniface Amerbach and Jo. Sicherdues. CFP Lehmann. Jo. Sicherdues, Quellen und Untersuchungen, 4, 1, p. 204. 1516. The two manuscripts mentioned by Albinus Taurinus, in his edition of Apicius. Basel, 1541. In 1529 Taurinus found an Apicius codex on the island of Megalona. Megalion, which he used for his edition of Apicius. It is almost certain that this was not a very ancient manuscript. The way Taurinus speaks of it and of the first Venetian printed edition in his Epistola Dedicatoria leaves even doubt as to whether his authority was handwritten or printed. A first edition, printed ca 1483, may have well been a dilapidated copy such as Taurinus describes. In 1529, Taurinus admits taking some liberties with the text and failed to understand some phrases of it. Despite this fact, his text, from a culinary point of view, seems to be more authentic than the Humelbergius and Lister versions. The other codex, according to Taurinus, was found in Transylvania by Io. Honterus of Caronia. This codex may have served as authority for the first edition printed ca 1483 by Bernardinus, of Venice. No other mention is made of this codex anywhere, which according to Taurinus, was sent to Venice from Transylvania. The text of the Editio Princeps, by the way, is thoroughly unreliable. 17, 15th century. Ms. Rome, Vatican Library, Lat. 6803, 15th century. 18, 15th century. Munich, Lat. 756 XBIBL Petri Victoriae 49. 15th century. This codex is particularly valuable and important for the identification of the Apicius text. Cf. Volmer, Study N, pages 10 sec. B. Printed editions. Summary of printed editions. No. Year of publication. Place of publication. Language. 1. CAAD 1483. Venice, Italy. Latin. 2. AD 1490. Milan, Italy, doubtful. Latin. 3. AD 1498. Milan, Italy. Latin. 4. AD 1503. Venice, Italy. Latin. 5. AD 1541. Basel, Switzerland. Latin. 6. AD 1541. Lyons, France. Latin. 7. AD 1542. Zurich, Switzerland. Latin. 8. AD 1705. London, England. Latin. 9. AD 1709. Amsterdam, Holland. Latin. 10. AD 1787. Market Bride, Germany. Latin. 11. AD 1791. Lübeck, Germany. Latin. 12. AD 1800. Ansbach, Germany. Latin. 13. AD 1852. Venice, Italy. Italian. 14. AD 1867. Heidelberg, Germany. Latin. 15. AD 1874. Heidelberg, Germany. Latin. 16. AD 1909. Leipzig, Germany. German. 17. AD 1911. Leipzig, Germany. German. 18. AD 1922. Leipzig, Germany. Latin. 19. AD 1933. Paris, France. French. 20. AD 1936. Chicago, USA. English. Commentaries on Apicius. No. Year of publication. Place of publication. Language. 21. AD 1531 *. Frankfurt, Germany. Latin. 22. AD 1534 *. Frankfurt, Germany. Latin. 23. AD 1535 *. Antwerp, Belgium. Latin. 24. AD 1831. Heidelberg, Germany. German. 25. AD 1868. London, England. English. 26. AD 1912. Naples, Italy. Italian. 27. AD 1920. Munich, Germany. German. 28. AD 1921. Rome, Italy. Latin Italian. 29. AD 1927. Leipzig, Germany. German. Excerpts and adaptations have little relation to Apicius. Total of printed editions, in Latin. 15. Total of printed editions, in Italian. 1. Total of printed editions, in German. 2. Total of printed editions, in French. 1. Total of printed editions, in English. 1. Total of commentaries in all languages. 9. Editions and commentaries published in America. 1. Editions and commentaries published in Belgium. 1. Editions and commentaries published in England. 2. Editions and commentaries published in France. 2. Editions and commentaries published in Germany. 13. Editions and commentaries published in Holland. 1. Editions and commentaries published in Italy. 7. Editions and commentaries published in Switzerland. 2. Bibliographers and collectors. Albinus Taurinus, 1541, describes manuscripts 15 and 16. A. Vernarucci describes manuscripts 13. P. Lehmann describes manuscripts 11 and 14. F. Vollmer describes MSS. I. 18. Dr. Margaret B. Wilson describes Ms. I. Georges Vicaire describes editions NOS 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 15. Theodore Drexel, George, describes editions NOS 1. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Elizabeth R. Pennell describes editions NOS 1. 3, 9. Bernhold describes editions NOS 2. 10, 11, 12. Fabricius describes edition number 2. Baron Pichon describes editions NOS 3. 21. In the author's collection are editions NOS 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 27, 28, 29. Description of printed editions. These summaries and descriptions of the known manuscript books and printed editions of Apicius are presented with a desire to afford the students a survey of the field treated in this volume, to illustrate the interest that has existed throughout the past centuries in our ancient book. Copies of any Apicius edition and commentaries are scarce. Famous collectors pride themselves in owning one or several of them. Of the well-known collections of cookery books, the most outstanding perhaps is that of Theodore Drexel, of Frankfurt on the Main, who owned 9 different editions of Apicius. The Drexel catalogue forms the basis of a Bibliographie Verzeichnis der Literatur. Überspies und Trank bis zum Jahr 1887, Verbitet von Karl George, Hanover. 1888, describing some 1,700 works. The Drexel collection, combined with that of Dr. Freund, is now in the Staatsbibliothek in Berlin and is undoubtedly the finest collection of its kind. Another famous collection of cookery books is described in My Cookery Books, by Elizabeth Robbins Pennell, Boston, 1903, listing 3 of the Apicii. The Pennell collection was destroyed by a flood in London while being stored away in a warehouse during the World War. The most important bibliography, well known to bibliophiles, is the Bibliographie Gastronomique par Georges Vicaire, Paris, 1890. Vicaire mentions 11 Apicius editions. The Baron Pichon and the Georges Vicaire collections are both dispersed. Despite ardent efforts over a period of many years, the writer has been unable to secure either an Apicius manuscript or the editions number 1 and 2. The existence of number 2 on our list is doubtful. Therefore, we do not pretend having inspected or read each and every edition described herein, but by combining the efforts of the authorities here cited, we have gathered the following titles and descriptions in order to present a complete survey of the Apician literature. No. 1 CAAD 1483, Venice. Apiticuli Iderico Quinaria Libri de CM Suetonius Tranquillista. Claris Grammaticis. Suetonius Tranquillista Claris Rhetoribus Coquinarii. Capita Graeca ob Apitio Pasita Hexunt Epimeles, etc. In Fine, Impressium Venetis per Bernardinum Venetum. No date, but attributed to ca 1483-6. Given as the earliest edition by most authorities. 4-2, Old Vellum, 30 sheets, the pages not numbered. George Drexel. Number 13, Pennell, p. 111, Vicaire, Colonel 29. No. 2, Milan, AD 1490. Apicius culinaris, sic, curabilisi I Lanceloti in fine, impressium Mediolani. Per magi strum Giliarum desinere Rodamagensum. Anno Domini MCCCCLXXXX die 8 mensis Januarii. Large 8 VO edition disputed by bibliographers. X. Bernhold, Prefatio, p. 9, who, we are translating from his Latin text, says, here is the exterior of the book as extant in the Nuremberg library, most accurately and neatly described by the very famous and most worthy physician of that illustrious republic, Dr. Preuss, a friend of mine for 30 years, whose integrity, of course, is above reproach. These are his own words. The book is made in the size called large octavo. It must be mentioned that the sheets are indeed large, so that the size might be styled an ordinary quarto. Fabricius, in his Bibliotheca, the newest edition, quotes a copy under this name. The entire book consists of 5 parts sheets, folded into 8 leaves, 16 printed pages stitched together, and 2 leaves. These 5 parts contain the text proper. These 2 sheets preceding them are occupied by the title page, the dedication, and a kind of poetic address. The text itself commences with P5, I should say, though there is no regular pagination. However, there are nevertheless in the lower ends of the leaves, called the limp parts, some conspicuous letters on the first 4 leaves of the sheets, while the remaining 4 leaves, though belonging to the respective parts, are blank. For instance, AI, AII, AIII, AIII. Then follows the next sheet or part, signed, by, 2, 3, III. In the same manner, with the 4 following leaves blank. And thus in the same manner follows sheet C, D, E. The 2 leaves preceding the 5 parts which comprise the text proper, contain the title of the book. Apicius culinaris sic nowhere, to be sure, appears a note of the place or the date where and when the book was made, and on this whole first page, aside from the words already noted, there is nothing else in evidence than the picture of an angel, in the center of which there is the sign IHS, and around the circle the following words are read, Jonas Delaniano. M. At the feet of the angel spaces may be seen that are inscribed with the letters IOL. The next page, or the verso of the title page, exhibits the dedication of Blasius Lancelotus, extending to the upper part of the 3rd page. On this very same page occurs the poem by Ludovicus Vopiscus, addressed to Jonas Antonius Riccius, comprising 5 very beautiful distiches. The remaining part of the 3rd page is finished off with the word, finus, while the 4th page is entirely blank. The text of Apicius commences with the 5th, as mentioned above, and from now on the leaves are numbered by letters, as previously described. At the end of the text, on the last page of the book, a poem is conspicuous, entitled, Antonius Mota to the Public, consisting of 4 neat distiches, followed by another composition, containing 5 distiches by Jonas Salanduus. And conclusion of the entire work is made with these words, printed at Milan by Master Guiliermus de Sinier Rodamagensis, in the year of the Lord 1490, on the 8th day of the month of January. From this edition, the oldest as well as the rarest with no other known Earlier edition. All the variants given herewith have been collected by Gosius. Thus far Bernhold. The existence of this edition is doubted by Brunet, according to Vicaire. This ancient description corresponds substantially to that of Vicaire of the following edition of 1498, which Vicaire proclaims to be the first dated Apicius edition. It is interesting to note, however, what Bernhold has to say of this 1498 edition. Without a doubt a repetition of the preceding edition, says he, and he goes on quoting the Bibliotheca Latina Fabricio Ernestina, Gio. Alberti Fabricii Bibliothek. Latin. Edit of Ernesti 1708, to the effect that two editions were printed at Milan, one of 1490 by Blasius Lancelotus and one of 1498 by Guiliermus Senior Rotamagensis. Our inquiry at the Municipal Library of Nuremberg has revealed the fact that this copy of 1490 is no longer in the possession of the library there. No. 3. AD 1498, Milan. Apicius Culinarius, in fine, Impressium Mediolani per Magistrum Gilerum. Senior Rotamagensum, Anno DN Ima Uclsxiath, Die XX. Mensis Ianuarii. Ex Penal, p. 111, first dated edition, 40 sheets, pages not numbered. Go to transcription of text. Colophon, Milan edition, 1498. From the Lancelotus edition of Apicius, printed by Senior, Milan, 1498, the first dated edition. The poems by Mota and Salandus are identical with the colophon of the 1503 Venice edition. Note the date of this colophon and observe how easily it can be read for the 8th day of January 1490, which date is attributed to our Apiciana number 2. This edition, as is noted, is doubtful, although several bibliographers speak about it. This copy has on the fly-leaf the book plate of Georgius Klotz, M.D. Francoforte. Ad Moenum and the autograph of John S. Blackie, 1862. Bernhold, p. 11. Not in George Drexel. Vicaire, 28, he reads Apicius sic. Culinarius. Penel and Vicaire read Gilerum, Bernhold Gilerum. Vicaire's description of this edition tallies with that of Bernhold's and his collaborator's account of the preceding edition. There are certain copies of this edition, bearing the following titles: Apicius de Rico Quinaria and Apicius in Re Quoc Vinaria. Cf. Vicaire, 28-29. Notes to NOS 1, 2, and 3. Gesamtkatalog der Jean Druck, Leipzig, 1926, 2, p. 510, places as the first printed edition Apicius in Re Quinaria sic printed by William de Senior at Milan, on the 20th day of January, 1498. The second place is given. Apicius de Rico Quinaria printed by Bernardinus de Vitalibus at Venice, no. Date, circa 1500, R number 1. This classification follows that of Brunet in 1840. Neither the Gesamtkatalog nor Brunet make any mention whatsoever of the doubtful 1490 Milan edition, R number 2. Vicaire, Colonel 33, mentioning this edition citing Bernhold, quotes Brunet as doubting the existence of this 1490 edition, but we fail to notice this expression of doubt since our Brunet is altogether silent on the subject, same as the other bibliographers. Vicaire, Colonel 28-29, quotes Brunet as saying that the undated Apicius, R. number 1, despite its subtitles of Suetonius, contains only the Apicius text, a statement confirmed by Penel. A search of all the available works of Jo. Alb Fabricius Bibliotheca Latina Classics, Hamburg, 1722, Bibliographia Antiquaria, IB 1760 and the Bibliotheca Latina Media et Infamy Middle Ages, IB 1735, has failed to reveal a trace of the 1490 Apicius, displayed by Bernhold, as described by Fabricius, and as seen by Prose in the Nuremberg Municipal Library. Our facsimile of the 1498 colophon shows how easily its date can be mistaken. For the 8th day of January, 1490, Bernhold's very date. Evidently an error of this kind made victims of Prose, Bernhold, and Fabricius, if, indeed, he quoted it, and caused us some ardent searching among dusty tomes. We have therefore come to the conclusion that either this 1490 edition disappeared between the year 1787 and our time, or else that it never existed. No. 4. AD 1503, Venice. Apiticuli de Coquinaria Libri de Cm. Coquinarii capita Graeca ob. Apitio Pasita hec sunt. Epimeles, Artoptus, Sapurica, Pandector. Austrian Trohets, Polyteles, Tetrapus, Thalassot, Halius Hanc. Plato Agelatrasem Medicini appellat in fine impressium Yenitias p. Iohanum desertu detrideno alias tacuinum. M.CCCCC.3 di tertia. Mensis Augusti. 4-2, 32 sheets, 30 lines to the page, pages not numbered, signed AH, by 4. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Venice edition, 1503. From the Blasius Lancelotus edition, printed by Johannes de Sertu de Trideno alias Tacuinus, Venice. 1503. This is the second dated edition of Apicius, resembling very closely the undated edition and also the Milan edition, printed by Sinear 1498, the first to bear a date. Same size as the original. This is a first timid attempt at giving a book a title page. Most books printed before this date have no title pages. On the last page of our copy are the two poems mentioned in the 1490 Milan edition, number 2, Antonius Mota ad Iulgus, 4 dist iches, and Iohann Salandi. Lectory, 5 dist iches. The verso of this page is blank. The dedication, on the verso of title page, is likewise by Blasius Lancelotus. It appears that this edition is closely related to number 2. Vicaire, 30, unknown to George Drexel and Pennell. In the collection of the author. No. 5, AD 1541, Basel. Saeli Iapitis me ad Vlatricis medicini artifice deric Blenaria. Libri ex recens e tenebris erudi and amendis indicati, typisxma. Diligentia excusi. Praeteria, p Platini cremonensis viri undictv. Dutissimi, de tuenda uulitudine, natura rerum, and popini. Scientia libri ex ad imitationem capit ad unguum facti. Ad hec. Pavli egeniti de fac blotatibius alimentarvum tratadvs, Albano. Torino interpret. Cum indis copiosissimo. Basilii m.d.xli. In fine Basilii, mens Martio, anno mdxli. 4-2, Old Calf, 16 pages, containing title, dedication and index, not numbered, but signed in Greek letters. The body of the work commences with P1, finishing with P366, the sheets are signed first in small Roman letters AZ and numbers 1 to 3 and then in capital letters AZ, likewise numbered 1 to 3. The titles of the books or chapters, on verso of the title page, under the heading of Catalogos et Epigraphi de cm voluminum de repopinali c apiti are both in Greek and Roman characters. German names and quotations are in Gothic type, black letter. The book is well printed, in the style of the Froschauer or Oper Enus press, but bears no printer's name or device. The Apicius treatise is concluded on p. 110, and is followed by Appendicblada. Condit various ex Ioan Damasceno, Albano Torino paraphrased, not mentioned. On the title. This treatise extends from p. 110 to p. 117, comprising 14 recipes for condimenta and condit. These are followed on the same page by De factibus alimentarem ex Pavlo Eginita, Albano Torino interpret, which book is concluded on p. 139, but with hardly any interruption nor with any very conspicuous title on this page. There follows the work of Platina. P. Sic Platini Cremonensis, viri vindict doctissimi, de tuenda iulitudine. Natura rerum, and Popani scientia, ad amplissimum ddbiru erelam exclamantes. Presbyterum, Cardinalum, Liberi. The 10 books of Platina are concluded. On p. 366, the type gracefully tapering down with the words, P. Sic Platini Libri Decimi etv ultimi finis and the date, as mentioned. The last page. Blank. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Lyons, 1541. This edition, printed in Lyons, France, in 1541, by Sebastian Greffius, is said to have been pirated from the Taurinus edition given at Basel in the same year. Early printers stole copiously from one another, frequently reproduced books with hundreds of illustrations with startling speed. Greffius corrected Taurinus spelling of P. Bartholomeus Platina, but note the spelling of Lvg Vidni, Lyons. Inscription by a contemporary reader over the Griffin, this book amuses me. Why make fun of me? Strange enough, there is another edition of this work, bearing the same editor's name, printed at Lyons, France, in the same year. This edition, printed by Greffius, bears the abbreviated title as follows. No. 6, AD 1541, Lyons. Saeli Iapiti svm me ad Vlatricis medicini artifice, de re. Culin aria libri de cmb Platini cremonensis de tuenda iulitudine. Natura rerum and Popani scientia libri ex, Pauli Eginiti de facultatibus. Alimentorum tractatus, Albano Torino interpret. The lower center of the title page is occupied by the Greffius printer's device. A griffin standing on a box-like pedestal, supported by a winged globe. On the left of the device, Virtutusi, on the right, Comite Fortuna, directly underneath, Apt Seb. Greffim, Ljbni Sic, 1541. SM8 VO pages. Numbered, commencing with verso of title from 2 to 314. Sheets lettered same as Basel edition, on verso of title catalogos etc. exactly like Basel. Page 3 commences with the same epistola dedicatoria. This dedication and the entire corpus of the book is printed in an awkward italic type, except the captions which are in 6 pt and 8 pt Roman. The book is quite an unpleasant contrast with the fine antiqua type and the generous margins of the Basel edition. Some woodcut initials but of small interest. The index, contrary to Basel, is in the back. The last page shows another printer's device, differing from that on the title, another Griffin. This edition, though bearing Platina's correct initial, B, has the fictitious title given to his work by Taurinus, who probably possessed one of the earliest editions of Platina's De Honesta Voluptate, printed without a title page. Altogether, this Lyons edition looks very much like a hurried job, and we would not be surprised to learn that it was pirated from the Basel edition. the Epistola Dedicatoria, in which Taurinus expresses fear of pirates and asks his patron's protection, is concluded with the date, Basilii, Vetus Martius, Anno MDXLI, while the copy described by Vicaire appears to be without this date. Vicaire also says that the sheets of his copy are not numbered. He also reads on the title of Dni, 1541, which is spelled correctly, but not in accordance with the original. Of these two editions, Vicaire says, ces deux editions portent la même date de 1541, mais celle qui est publiée à bail apparu avant celle donnée à Léon par Seb. Grive. Cette dernière, n. Effet, conscient la dedicus dati. The title page of our copy is inscribed by 3 different old hands, one the characteristic remark, Mulsons me, Ganes. This copy is bound in the original vellum. Vicaire, 31, G. Drexel, number 12. The work of Taurinus has been subjected to a searching analysis, as will be shown throughout the book. An appreciation of Platina will be found in Platina. Maestro nell'arte culinaria un interessant studio di Joseph di Velling, by Agostino Cavalcabo, Cremona, 1935. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Humelbergius edition, Zurich, 1542. The Gabriel Humelbergius edition is printed by Froschauer, one of the great printers of the Renaissance, showing the autograph of Johannes Baptista Bassus. The best of the early Apicius editions. No. 7, AD 1542, Zurich. In hoc opere contenta. Apicii Isaelii de opsinis et condimentus. Civ arte coc veneria, libri ex idem, Gabrielis Humelbergig Medici. Physici isnensis in Apicig Saelig libros ex annotations. Tigvri in Offi China Froscoiana. Anno, MDXLII. 42, 123 sheets, pagination commences with title, not numbered. On verso of title, a poem by Ioachim Miguel, extolling Humelberg. Sheet 2, the dedication, dated Isni Algoya, Mens Mayo, Anno a Cristo Nato, M.D.XLII. Sheet 3 to 4 have the preface, on verso of 4 the names of the books of Apicius. On recto of sheet 5 the chapters of book I, on verso commences the corpus of the work with Apicii Isaelii Epimelies Liber I. The Apicius text is printed in bold Roman, the copious notes by the editor in elegant italics follow each book. Very instructive notes, fine margins, splendid printing. Altogether preferable to Taurinus. Our copy is bound in the original vellum. Inscribed in old hand by Johannes Baptista Bassus on the title. G. Drexel, number 14, Vicaire, 31, not in Pennell. No. 8, AD 1705, London. Apicii coelii de opsinis et condimentus, civ arte coquinaria. Libri de cm. Cum annotationibus Martini Lister, e Medicis. Domesticis serenissimi majestatis regini anni et natis selectioribus. Various collectionibus integris, Humelbergii, Caspari Barthii. And variorum. Londoni, Tippis Guglielmi Bowyer. MDCCV. The first edition by Lister, limited to 120 copies. 8 vo. The title in red and black. Original full calf, gilt. pp 14 plus 231. Index. 11 leaves, unnumbered. This scarce book is described by Vicaire, 32, but unknown to the collectors Drexel and Pennell. Our copy has on the inside front cover the label of the Dunnichen Library. Above the same in an old hand, Liber. Rarissimus huges edit Iones 120 tantum exemplaria impressa sunt. On the fly. Leaf, in a different old hand, a 6-line note in Latin, quoting the medieval scholar G. J. Vossius, Aristarch. 1.13 p. 1336, on the authorship of Coelius. Directly below, in still another old hand, the following note, a rather pleasing passage, full of sentiment and affection for our subject, that deserves to be quoted in full. Alas, that time is wanting to visit the island of Magellan Megalonatorinus, where formerly flourished a large town, of which there are now no other remains but the cathedral church, where, according to tradition, the beautiful Magellan lies buried by her husband Peter of Province * Matthyson's letters, etc. Pag. 269. JT was in the island of Magellan that Apicius's 10 books on cookery were rediscovered. Ibid vidi fabric. Bibliath, Lat. Edit. Ab Ernesti. Volume 2, p. 365. On the verso of the title page there is the printed note in Latin to the effect that 120 copies of this edition have been printed at the expense of 18 gentlemen whose names are given, among them Isaac Newton, Esq. and other famous men. Go to transcription of text. Title page, Lister edition, London, 1705. The first Apicius edition by Martin Lister, court physician to Queen Anne. Printed in London in 1705. By the famous printer, William Bowyer. This is one of the rarest of the Apician books, the edition being limited to 120 copies. It has been said that the second edition, Amsterdam, 1709, was limited to 100 copies, but there is no evidence to that effect. Lister's preface to the reader occupies pp. I-14, the same appears in the 1709, second, edition. The 10 books of Apicius occupy pages 1 to 231, the index comprises 11 unnumbered leaves, on the verso of the 11th leaf, the errata. 1. Leaf for the catalogus, not mentioned by Vicaire, a bibliography of the editor's extensive writings, and works used in this edition principally upon nature and medical subjects. This list was ridiculed by Dr. King. Cf. Introduction. By Frederick Starr to this present work. The last leaf blank. Our copy is in the original binding, and perfect in every respect. Go to transcription of text. Verso of title page. Of the first Lister edition, London, 1705, giving evidence of the edition being limited to 120 copies. This edition was done at the expense of the men named in this list. Note particularly Isaac Newton, Esq., Sir Christopher Wren, and a few more names famous to this day. No. 9, AD 1709, Amsterdam. Apicii coelii de opsinis et condimentis, civ arte coquinaria. Libri de cm. Cum annotationibus Martini Lister, e Medicis. Domesticus serenissimi majestatis regini Anni, et natus selectioribus. Various collectionibus integris, Humelbergii, Barthii, Renizii. A van der Linden, and aliorum, ut and varierum lectionum libello. Editio secunda. Lunge auctierit emendatur. Am stiladam. Apud Jansinia Weisbergios. MDCCIX. Small 8 VO title in red and black. Dedication addressed to Martinus Lister. By Theod Jans. Sonius of Almalovine, the preface, M. Lister to the reader. And the Judicia et Testimonia de Apitio by Olaus Baricius and Albertus Fabricius occupy 17 leaves. The 10 books of Apicius, with the many notes by Lister, Humelberg, and others, commence with page 1 and finish on page 277. Very elect Iones, 9 leaves, index, 12 leaves, none numbered. Vicaire, 32, Pennell, p. 112, G. Drexel, number 164. Edition S. A. Estime. On. Put l'annexer à la collection de variorum d'après Gris, Tresser de livres. Rares et précieux. Vicaire. Our copy is in the original full calf gold stamped binding, with the ex libris of James Maidment. The notes by Lister are more copious in this edition, which is very esteemed, and is said to have been printed in 100 copies only, but there is no proof of this. Typographically an excellent piece of work that would have done justice the Elseviers. No. 10, AD 1787, Market Bright. Saeli I Apicii de obscenias et condamentus of arte coquinaria. Libri ex cum lectionibus varius et indus editite Jonas. Michael Bernhold comes Palatinata Caesarius, Philosophy et. Med di Serenissimo Marioni Brandenburgico Onoldino Colbicensi. A Concilius Oli, Physica Supremarum Prefecturarum. V. Fenhemensis et Craiglingensis, Academiae Imperiali Naturi. Scrutatorum ad scriptus. The first edition. The title page has a conspicuously blank space for the date, etc. of the publication, but this is found at the foot of p. 81, where one reads. Marco Brady, Excudibat Joan. Val Ninline, MDC Seals XI. 8 VO Fine. Large copy, bound in yellow calf, gilt, with dentelles on edges and inside, by J. Clark, the binding stamped on back, 1800. Dedication and Preface, pages 14. The 10 books of Apicius commence with P1 and finish on P81, with the date. As above. Index Capitulum, pages 82 to 85, Lect Iones Variants Collecti ex edit Ione. Blasi Lancelotti, pages 86 to 108, at the end of same, Segulo Havarians ex Blasi. Lancelotti edit Ione sunt excerpta of Andrea Gogio Scoli Sibaldini Norimbergiensis. Collega. Variants Lect Iones, Libi Epimelies, pages 109 to 112, with a note. At the head of the same that these variants occur in the Vatican MS. These 4 pages are repeated in the next chapter, pages 113 to 130, Vari Elect Iones Manuscripti. Vaticani, headed by the same note, the text of which is herewith given. In full. Bernhold states that these Vari Elect Iones have been taken from the second Lister edition, number 8, where they are found following p. 277. The first Lister edition does not contain these Varii, nor does Lister have the variants. Explicii Lancelotti. The following note to the Vatican variants appears in the second Lister edition also. Apicii collatio cum antiquissimo codis, literis fer istum, quibus pandecti. Florentini, scripto, qui siruator hodie Romi in Bibliotheca Vaticana. Inter libros manuscripts, qui fueridussus verbinacium, sed, nostris temporibus extincta. Illa familia ducali, qui ducatum istum a Romanis pontificibus infudum. Tenuerat, verbinorum translati, et separato loco in Bibliotheca Vaticana. Respositi sunt. Contulit Henricus voc maris Lister, vocmus schercerus. Lipsiensis. E Bibliotheca Marcardii Goodii ad ia Fabricium, et, ex huius. Dono, ad Theodorum ian signum ob Almeluine transmigraura, qui illa sui. M. Stiladami 1709 8 vo in Luciem prolati, Apicii editionii in seri curare. On pages 131 to 154 are found the Lect Iones variants Humelbergiani, and on Pages 155 to 156 The lectiones difference etc. On pages 157 to 228 The index vocabularum. AC rerum notabiliorum etc. On pages 229 to 30 The notandum ad hoc. 1. Blank leaf. Described by Vicaire, 33, who has only seen the 1791 edition, G. Drexel, No. 165, Brunet I 343. Neither Vicaire nor George Drexel have the date and place of publication, which in our copy is hidden on p81. George reads Apicius Coelii instead of the above. On the fly leaf the autograph of G. L. Fournier, Bayreuth, 1791. Bernhold has based his edition upon Lister and on the edition by Blasius. Lancelotus, Milan, 1490, are number 2, which see. Aside from the preface in which Bernhold names this and other Apicius editions, unknown to the bibliographers. The editor has not added any of his own observations. Being under the influence of Lister, he joins the English editor in the condemnation of Taurinus. His work is valuable because of the above-mentioned variants. No. 11, AD 1791, Lübeck. Same as above the second edition. Vicaire, 33. Not in G. Drexel nor Pennell. No. 12, AD 1800, Ansbach. Apicius Coelius de Reculinaria. Ed. Bernhold. 8 Vo Ansbachii, 1800. X. George, number 1076, not in Vicaire nor in Pennell. Though listed by George. It is not in the Drexel collection. No. 13, AD 1852, Venice. Apicius Coelius del Vivandi Condimenti Overo dell'arte de la Cucina. Volgarizamento con annotazioni digi Baseggio. 8 Vo, pages 238. With the original Latin text. Venezia, 1852, Antonelli. X. George Drexel, number 1077. No. 14, AD 1867, Heidelberg. Apicius Coeli de Rico Quinaria Libri de Cm. Novem Codicum Op. Adiutus, Auxit, Restituit, Emendavit, Etcorr Exit, Varierum Lectionum. Part potissima ornavit, strictim et interim explanavit chr. Theophil. Scutch. Heidelberg, 1867. 8 Vo pages 202. Ex Vicaire, 33, not in G. Drexel, not in Pennell. No. 15, AD 1874. The same editio secunda Heidelberg, 1874, Winter. Although G. Drexel, number 1075, reads Apicius Coelius, our copy agrees with the reading of Vicaire, Kernel 889, Appendix. Not in Pennell. Brandt, Untersuchungen. Number 29 p6, calls Scutch Wunderlicher Kopf. He is correct. The Scutch editions are eccentric, worthless. No. 16, AD 1909, Leipzig. Das Apicius Kokebuch aus der Altrömischen Kaiserzeit. Ins Deutsche. Übersetzt und Bearbeitet von Richard Gallmer. MIT Nachbildungen alter Kunstblätter. Kopfläsen und Schlussstück. Breslau und Leipzig bei Alfred Langward. 1909 8 Vo pages 154. No. 17, AD 1911, Leipzig. Apicius Coelius, Altrömische Kunst in Zen Büchern. Bearbeitet. Und ins Deutsche übersetzt von Eduard Daniel, Herzoglich Altenburgischer Hoftreuter. Leipzig, 1911, Herausgabe und Verlag, Kurt Dolleritz, Herzoglich. Altenbergischer Hoftraiter Obermeister der Innung der Kochzeo Leipzig. Und Umgebung. 8 vo, pages 15 plus 127. No. 18, AD 1922, Leipzig. Apicii Librem ex v Verdericoch Veneric v extant. Editerven C. Jaratano et Father Volmer Lipsii in Edibs bg Teftneri. McNxi. No. 19, AD 1933, Paris. Les dix livres de cuisine d'Apicius traduits du latin pour la première fois et. Comments par Bertrand Guigan. Paris René Bonnel Éditeur Rue Blanche, No. 8. No date, in fine October 16, 1933. 3 blank leaves, false title, on. Verso, facing the title page. Du même auteur of full-page advertisement. Of the author's many-sided publications, past and future. Title page, verso blank. On P9 Introduction, a lengthy discourse on dining in ancient times, including a mention of Apician manuscripts and editions. This commences on P with Les manuscrits d'Apicius. The introduction finishes on P's Xiath. On P1 Les Dix Livres d'Apicius, on P2 a facsimile in black of the incipit of the Vatican manuscript, Apiciana 2. On P3 commences the translation into French of the Apician text, finishing on P308. Table Analytique, Index, pages 309 to 322. Follow 3 unnumbered sheets, on the first page of which is the justification du tirage, with the date of printing and the printer's name, Durand of Chartres. The copies printed are numbered from 1 to 679. The copy before us is number 2. Copies 1 to 4 are printed on Montval vellum, 5 to 29 on Dutch Pannenkoek vellum. The rest, 30 to 679 on Vidalin vellum paper. Unfortunately, the present work did not reach us until after ours had gone to press. The text of this edition, the first to appear in the French language, could not be considered in our work, for this reason. However, a few casual remarks about it may be in order here. A hasty perusal reveals the disconcerting fact that the editor has been influenced by and has followed the example of Scutch by the adoption of his system of numbering the recipes. We do not approve of his inclusion of the excerpts of Veni Darius in the Apician text. The observations presented in this edition are rich and varied. The material, comprising the introduction and also the explanatory notes to the recipes, are interesting, copious, and well authenticated. The editor reveals himself to be a better scholar, well read in the classics, than a practical cook, well versed in kitchen practice. Frequently, for instance, he confounds liquamen with garum, the age-old shortcoming of the Apician scholars. The advertisement facing the title page of this work is misplaced, disturbing. Nevertheless, we welcome this French version which merits a thorough study. This we hope to publish at some future date. Any serious and new information on Apicius is welcome and much needed to clear up the mysteries. The advent of a few additional cooks on the scene doesn't matter. Let them give light to the old proverb that too many cooks spoil the broth. Apicius has been so thoroughly scrambled during the 1600 years preceding his first printing which started the scholars after him. So far, with the exception of a few minor instances, they have done remarkably well. The complete unscrambling can be done only by many new cooks, willing to devote much pain and unremunerative, careful, patient work in discovering new evidence and adding it to what there is already, to arrive at the truth of the matter. No. 20, AD 1926 to 1936, Chicago. Apicius, J. D. Velling, the present edition. Description of commentaries. No. 21, AD 1531, Frankfurt. Derico Quinaria. Von Spiesen. Naderlichen und Kräuterwein, aller. Verstand. Weber den Zusatzweiler Bewerter Kunst, in Saunders Fleissig Gebsert und. Corrigiert aus Apicius, Platina, Verone, Baptist Fira cet, Francofordi, Apodigen Olfum. 1531, 42. Ex Bernhold, p. 14, unknown to the bibliographers. The above is related to the following two works. Apparently, all three have little bearing on Apicius. No. 22, AD 1534, Frankfurt. Polyonymy sing grappe scola Apiciana. Ibid 1534, 42. Ex Bernhold, p. 14, unknown to the bibliographers. Copy in the Baron. Pichon Collection, number 569. No. 23, AD. 1535, Antwerp. Scola Apiciana, ex optimisque vibes dam authoribus diligenter. AC nuder constru cta, author polyonymo syngraphio. AC. Gessera dialogi aliquot di Erasmi roterotomi, and aliaquidam. Lectio iucundissima. Vinant Antwerpii in edi bus Janus Stielsage. IG 1535. Small 8 VO title in beautiful woodcut border. In fine tippies. Johan. Graphe. M.D.XXXV. Pagination AI4, on verso of I4, device of Io. Steels, Concordia, with doves. On square and astronomical globe. On verso of title, in Scholam Apicianum. Prefatio. Sheet A3 Mensum Amatitia Sacram Esse, etc. On sheet A6 the dialogue. By Erasmus of Rotterdam between Apicius and SPVDVS to verso of sheet A8. Follows, conviviarvmkvis and mervs esse debit etc. ex allo gelio, precepta. Synervm by Horace, de Ciborvm rationi by Michaela Savonarola grandfather. Of the great Girolamo S., on sheet C5 de Cibisecndi Mensi, by Paulus Eganita, and a number of other quotations from ancient and medieval authors, partly very amusing. The Apician matter seems to be entirely fictitious. In the collection of the author Vicaire, 701, who also describes in detail the 1534 edition printed by Agenolf but which is not the same as the above in text. No. 24, AD 1831, Heidelberg. Flora Apiciana. Dierbach, J.H. ein Beitrag zur Nahiren Kenntnister. Nahrungsmittel Alten Romer. Heidelberg, 1831, Gruz. 8 Vio. No. 25, AD 1868, London. H. C. Coode, The Cuisine Bourgeoise of Ancient Rome. Archaeologia. Volume XLI. Ex Bibliotheca A. Shercliffe. No. 26, AD 1912, Naples. Cesare Giarratano, I Codici dei Libri di Rico Quinaria di Celio. Naples. 1912, Detkin and Rocall. No. 27, AD. 1920. Friedrich Vollmer, Studie an Zeu dem Römischen Kochbuch von Apicius. Vorgetragen am 7. Februar 1920. Sitzungsbericht der Bayerischen Akademie. Der Wissenschaften Philosophis Philologisch und Historisch Class. Jahrgang, 1920, 6. Abhandlung. München, 1920. Verlag der Bayerischen Akademie. Der Wissenschaften in Commission de G. Franzischen Verlags, J. Roth. No. 28, AD 1921. G. Sternayulo, Codices Verbinati Latini. No. 29, AD. 1927. Unter suchen Gensum Romisken Cookbuch vers such einer Losender. Apicius Frisch von Edward Brandt, Leipzig, Dietrichs Verlagsbuch Handlung. 1927 Philologus, Supplement Band 19, Heft 3. 164 pp. Dr. Edward Brandt, the philologist of Munich, is the latest of the Apician commentators. His researches are quite exhaustive. While not conclusive, as some of the problems will perhaps never be solved, he has shed much new light on the vexatious questions of the origin and the authors of our old Roman cookery. Book Apiciani Finus. Cantharus, wine cup with handles. Elaborate decoration of Bacchic motifs, wine leaves and masks of satyrs. Hildesheim treasure. Index and vocabulary. Index and vocabulary. ABC. DEF. GHI. JKL. MNO. PQR. STU. VWY. Z. A. Avellana, Abellana, hazelnut, C. Avellana. Abbreviations, explanation of, P15. Abdomen, sow's udder, belly, fat of lower part. Of belly, figure. Gluttony, intemperance. Abrotinum, onum, onus the herb. Lad's love, or, according to most southern wood. Abrotinum is also a town in Africa. Absinthe. Absinthium, the herb wormwood. The Romans used a from several parts of the world. 3. Also absinthium. Absinthiatus, flavored with wormwood. 3. Absinthites, wine tempered or mixed with wormwood, modern absinthe or vermouth, cf. 3. Absinthium romanum, 3. Abua, a small fish, Capua, 138, 139. 147. Acer, aceo, acidum, to be or to make sour. Tart. Acetabulum, a vinegar cruet, a small measure. Equivalent to 15 Attic drams, see measures. Acetum, vinegar. Mulsum, mead. Acicula, acus, the needlefish, or hornback. Or hornbeak, a long fish with a snout sharp. Like a needle, the garfish, or sea needle. Acidum, sour, same as acer. Acinataceus, a costly raisin wine. Acinosus, full of kernels or stones. Acinus, a grain, or grape raisin berry or kernel. Acipenser, a large fish, sturgeon, 145, also. C. Styrio. Acor, sourness, tartness, the herb sweet cane. Garden flag, galangale. Acrimonia, acidity, tartness, sourness, harshness. Of taste. Acus, same as acicula. Adjustable table, illustration, p. 138. Adulteram, tempting dish, 192. Adulterations of food in antiquity, pages 33, 39, sec. 147, 6, 7, 9. 15, 17, 18. Also see Cookery. Deceptive. Advertising cooked ham, 287. Advertising ancient hotels, p6. Egineta, Paulus, writer on medicine and cookery. C. Apiciana, no 5-6. Ennium, a metal cooking utensil, a cacabus. Which c. Ennium vas, a mixing bowl. Ennia patella, a pewter, bronze, or silver. Service platter. Inococtus, braised, sometimes. Confused with enococtum, stewed in wine. Aeroptes, fowl, birds, the correct title of book. 6. CP 141. Ethiopian cumin 35. AFFE, GER, monkey, 55, also see caramel. Coloring. Agitaire, ova, to stir, to beat, eggs. Agnes, in agno, lamb, agninus, pertaining. To L291 SEQ, 355, 364. 495. Copadia agnina, 355 sec. Agnicoctura, 358. Assus, 359. Agnum simplicem, 495. Tarpianus, 363. Agonia, cattle sacrificed at the festivals, only. Little of the victims was wasted at religious ceremonies. The priests, after predicting the future from the intestines, burned them but sold the carcass to the innkeeper and cooks of the popana. Hence the name. These eating places of a low order did a thriving business with cheaply bought meats which, however, usually were of the best quality. In Pompeii such steaks were exhibited in windows behind magnifying glasses to attract the rural customer. Albino, writer, p10. Album, albumen, white, overum, the whites of egg, piper, white pepper, etc. Alex, alec, halic, salt water, pickle, brine. Fish brine. Finally, the fish itself when cured in ACF Muria. Alexandria, the city founded by Alexander the Great, important Mediterranean harbor. A was a rival of Rome and Athens in antiquity, famous for its luxury. Alexandrine dishes 75, 348, sec. Alicia, spelt 200. Alicatum, any food treated with Alex, which c. Aliatum, a garlic sauce, consisting of a puree of pounded garlic whipped up with oil into a paste of a consistency of mayonnaise, a preparation still popular in the Provence today. Finally, anything flavored with garlic or leeks. Allium, garlic, also leek. Father ale. Almonds, amygdala, peeling and bleaching of A57. Amacarus, sweet marjoram, feverfew. Ambiga, a small vessel in the shape of a pyramid. Ombolatus, unidentified term, P172, 57, 59. Amerbach manuscript, Apiciana 14. AMMI, amium, ami, amium, cumin. Amerca, amuria, the lees of oil. Amygdala, almonds, 57, oleum. Amygdalium, almond oil. Amylare, amylare, to thicken with flour. Amylatum, amulatum, that which is thickened with flour. Wheat or rice flour and fats or oil usually were used for this purpose, corresponding to our present roux. However, the term was also extended to the use of eggs for the purpose of thickening fluids, thus becoming equivalent to the present liaison, used for soups and sauces. Hence amylum and amulum, which is also a sort of frumenti. Anaxarchus, the Scythian, writer. He described a banquet at Athens during the Periclean age. pp. 3, 7. Anas, a duck or drake, 212-17. Anatum. 212, Anatum ex rapes, 214. Anchovy, a small fish, 147, cfapua. Forcemeat. 138, sauce and garum, which c. 37, omelette 147. Anet, h, atum, flavored with dill, anet, h.um. Dill, also anise. Anguilla, eel, 466 to 7, 484. Cf. Congrio. Angularis, a square dish or pan. Anisum, anise, pimpinella. Answer, goose, gander, in answer, 234. Jus candidum 228. Antipasto, before the meal, modern Italian. Appetizer, the prepared article usually comes in cans or glasses, consisting of tunny, artichokes, olives, etc., preserved in oil. Aper, see apris. Apex sabo, a blood sausage, cf. Longano. Africox, 295. Afros, 295. Afia, capua. Apician cheesecakes, p9. Cookery, influence, p16. 23. Archetypus, p19. Manuscripts, p19, p253, sec. Terminology, p22. Dishes, compared with modern dishes, p23. Sauces, p24. Style of writing, p26. Research, p34 sec. Apiciana, diagram of, p252. Apicius, pages 7, 9. The Man, p9. Athenaeus on, p9. And Platina, p9. Expedition to find crawfish, p9. Ship's oysters, p10. School, p10. Death, pages 10, 11. Reflecting Roman conditions, pages 14, 15. Authenticity of, pages 18, 19. Writer, p26, 176, 436. Confirmed by modern science, p33. Editors as cooks, p34 sec. Apian, writer, quoted by Athenaeus, p9. Apium, celery, smallage, parsley. 104. Apotherma, apodermum, hot porridge. Gruel, pudding. 57, cf. Tisana. Apparatus, preparation, mensi, getting. Dinner ready. Appetizers. 174 and others. According to Horace, eggs were the first dishes served. The movable appetizer of Apicius is very elaborate, p. 210. Appert, François, 24, father of the modern canning methods. Apples, 22, 171. Apris, Aprognus, wild boar. 329 to 38. Aperna. Perna, 338, also aper. Apua, abua, afia, a small kind of fish. Anchovy, sprat, whiting, whitebait, or minnow. 138 to 9, 146, cf. Pliny. Apua is also a town in Liguria, its inhabitants Apuani. Aqua, water, Calida, hot W, cisternina. Well W, marina, CW, nitrata. Soda W for the cooking of vegetables. Raisins, fresh, i.e., not stale W, pluviali. Rain W. Aqualicus lower part of belly, paunch, ventricle. Stomach, maw. Archetypus fuldensis, manuscript, see Apiciana diagram. Archimagirus, principal cook, chef, cf. Cooks. Names. Arita, US, dry, mentha, dry mint. Artemisia, the herb mugwort, motherwort, tarragon. Artocreus, meat pie. Artoptes, Taurinus title of Book 2, better. Sarcoptes, minces, minced meats. Artemia, spice, cf. condimentum. Asafoetida, use of 15, p. 23. Asarum, the herb fulbit, full-foot, coltsfoot. Wild spikenard. Ascalonica cepa, scallion, young onion. Asparagus, asparagus, p. 188, 72. And fig pecker, 132, custard pie, 133. Acitura, a roast, also the process of roasting. 266 to 270. Assus, roast. Astacus, a crab or lobster. Athenaeus, writer, pages 3, sec. On Apicius, p. 10. Athene, dish illustration, p. 158. A triplex, the herb orage, or arach. Atrium, living room in a Roman residence, formerly used for kitchen purposes, hence the name. Black room, because of the smoky walls. Like all simple things then and now, the atrium often developed into a magnificently decorated court with fountains and marble statues, and became a sort of parlor to receive the guests of the house. Adagena, adagena, heathcock, a game bird. 218, sec. Orida, a fish, golden dory, red snapper. 157, 461, 462. Avellana, hazelnut, filbert, father Aveline. Nux, nucleus, kernel of F. 297 and in the list of the excerpta. Avena, a species of bearded grass, haver grass. Oats, wild oats. Avibus, in 220, 21. 24, 27. Avicularius, bird keeper, poulterer. Avis, bird, fowl, Aves esculenti, edible. Birds. Hercaceae, ill-smelling birds, 229 to 30. Aniloquescent, 233. B. Baca, berry, seed. Myrthia, myrtle berry. Ruti, rhuberry, laurea, laurel berry. Etc. Bacon, 285 to 90, see also Salsum. Bea, a town, watering place of the ancients, for which many dishes are named. 205. Bienum pertaining to Bea, hence Emphranctum. Fabi, etc. 202, 205. 432, Bian seafood stew, 431. Bakery in Pompeii, illustration, p2. Bantam chicken, 237. Barracuda, a fish, 158. Barley broth, 172, 200, 247. Barrica, 173. Barthélemy, J.J., writer, translator of Anachasis. p8. Baseggio, G., editor, Apiciana, number 13, p. 270. Basilicum, basil. Bavarian cabbage, 87. Beans, 96, 189, 194 to 8. 247, green 247, saute. 203, in mustard, 204. Bayan style, 202. Egyptian, see Colocassium. Beauvillers, A, French cook, cf. Stereo. Beef, p30, shortage of diet, p30. Beef eaters, p30. Dishes, 351, sec. Beets, 70, 97, 98. 183. Named for Varro, 70. 97, 98. Bernardinus, of Venice, printer, p. 258. Bernhold, J. M., editor, Apiciana, NOS 2-3, 12-14. Pages 258, sec. Beta, beat, which see beta CEOs var 1s. 70. Bibliographers of Apicius, see Apiciana. Birds, Book 6, 210-227, Treatment of Strong Smelling. 229, 230. Bledum, a pot herb, the eric, or orage, also. Spinach, according to some interpreters. Boar, wild, 329-38, p. 314. Boiled dinners, 125. Bolitar, a dish for mushrooms, 183. Boletus, mushroom, 309-14. Bordelaise, 351. Barichius, Olaus, p. 268. Botellus, dim of botulus, small sausage. 60 botulus, a sausage, meat pudding, black. Pudding, 60, 61, 172. Bouillabaisse, a fish stew of Marseilles, 431. 481. Bouquet garni, 138. Boves, beef cattle, cf. Bubula. Bowls for mixing wine, etc., see crater. For fruit or dessert, illustration, p. 61. Brain sausage, 45. Custard, 128. And bacon, 148. And chicken with peas, 198. Brandt, Edward, editor, commentator, 29, 170. p. 273. Brassica, cabbage, kale, campestre, turnip. Oleracea, cabbage and kale, marina. Sea kale. Bread, Alexandrin, 126, Pienchen, 125. The methods of grinding flour and baking is illustrated. With our illustrations of the Casa di Forno of Pompeii and the slaves grinding flour. Which see, pages 142, 149. Apicius has no directions. For baking, an art that was as highly developed in his days as was cookery. Brevis Pimentorum, facsimile, p. 234. Brissenius, writer, quoting Lamsius, 376. Broiler and stove, illustration, p. 182. Broth, see liquamen, barley, 172. 200, 201. How to redeem a spoiled, 9. Bubula, beef, flesh of oxen, p. 30. 351, 352. Bubulus caseus, cow's cheese. Bucca, buxy, mouth, cheek, also a bite, a. Morsel, a mouthful, Father Bauci, Bucella. Dim, a small bite, a dainty bit, delicate morsel. Hence probably, ger busel a little kiss. And busseln, to spoon, to kiss, in the southern German dialect. Buxelatum, a biscuit, Zwieback, soldiers. Bread, hardtack. Bulbous, a bulbous root, a bulb, onion, 285. 304-8. Bulbi fricti, 308. Bouillir, to boil, Father Bouillir. Butyrum, butter. Was little used in ancient households, except for cosmetics. Cows were expensive. Climate and sanitary conditions interfered with its use in the southern kitchen. The Latin butyrum is said to derive from the German butter. C. Cabbage, 87-92, 103, p. 188. Bavarian, 87. Ingenious way of cooking, 88. Chartreuse, 469. Cacabus, a cookpot, marmite, c. Alia. Illustrations, pages 183, 209. 223, 235. Hence, cacabina, dish cooked in a cacabus. See also salicacabia, 468. I Excellency 470. Coelius, C. Coelius. Cepa, onion, arita, fresh onion. Rotunda, round onion, sicca, dry. O. Ascalonica, young O. scallion. Palicana or palicana, a shallot, a. Special Roman variety. Calamari, cuttlefish, 405, p. 343. Calamenthum, cress, watercress. Callum, callus, porcinum, tough skin. Bacon skin, cracklings. 9. 251. 255. Camarinum, town in Umbria, 3, where vermouth was made. Camarus marinus, a kind of crabfish. 43. Cannabinum, hempen. Cancer, crab. Canning, 23 to 24. Cantharus, illustrations, p. 231, p. 274. Capon, 166, 249, Caponum testiculi. 166. Caper, Capra, purslane, portulaca. Caparus, carabus, 397. Capra, she-goat, also mountain goat, chamois. Ger gems, 346 to 8. Caramel coloring, 55, 73. 119, 124, 146. Cardamom, aromatic seed. Cardamom, nasturtium, cress. Carduans, 112 to 4. Carduus, carduan, edible thistle, 112 to 3. Carme, Antonin, the most talented French cook of the post-revolution period, his chartreuses. Compared, 186, p. 35. Caroenum, wine, or must boiled. Down 1/3 of its volume to keep it. 35. Carum, caraway. Carica, ficus, a dried fig from caria, a reduction. Made of the fig wine was used for coloring. Sauce, similar to our caramel color, which c. Cariota, a kind of large date, fig date. Also a wine, a date wine, 35. Caro, flesh of animals, 10, salsa, pickled. Meat. Carota, caro etat, carrot, 121 to 3. Carthusian monks, inventors of the chartreuse. 68, see also carme. Cartilago, gristle, tendon, cartilage. Caryophyllus, clove. Casa di Forno, Pompeii, house of the oven. Illustration, p2. Caseus, cheese, 125, 303. Bubulus, cow's cheese, vestinus. 126. Castania, chestnut, 183 sec. Catesby, writer, 322. Catfish, 426. Catabia, see salicacabia. Caul sausage, chromeski, 45. Colliculos, 87 to 92, also col and colliclus. Cauliflower, 87. Caviar, see styrio. Celery, 104. Celsinus, a Roman, 376-7. Cena, cinna, a meal, a repast, cenula, a light luncheon, recta, a regular meal, a formal dinner, usually consisting of gustus appetizers and light entrees, the cena proper, which is the piece de resistance, and the mensae secundae, or desserts. The main dish was the capucini, the desserts were also called bellaria or mensae pomorum, because they usually finished with fruit. Hence, Horace's saying of ovo usque ad mala, which freely translated and modernized means everything from soup to nuts. Auguralis, pontificalis, capitolina. Persica, sybaritica. Campani, cerealis, salaris. Triumphalis, polinctura are all names for state dinners, official banquets, refined private parties, each with its special significance, which is hard to render properly into our language except by making a long story of it. Philosophica, Plato Nica, Laco Nica. Rustica, Seneca are all more or less skimpy affairs, while the ICCI is that of a downright miser. Hecates is a hectic meal, terras tries a vegetarian dinner, deum, a home-cooked meal, and a saturnia is one without imported dishes or delicacies, a national dinner. Novendialis is the feast given on the 9th day after the burial of a dead man, when his ashes were scattered while yet warm and fresh. Theobia, 139, is the doubtful meal, which causes the conscientious physician Lister so much worry. The cena, to be sure, was an evening meal. The prandium, a noonday meal, a luncheon. Any kind of meal, the entaculum, a breakfast, an early luncheon, the merenda, was a snack in the afternoon between the meals, for those who had earned a bite. There are further cinae, such as dapsilis, pelicibilis, uncta, epilaris, regalis, all more or less generous affairs, and our list of classical and sonorous dinner names is by no means exhausted herewith. The variety of these names is the best proof of how seriously a meal was considered by the ancients, how much thought was devoted to its character and arrangements. Cepa, same as cepa, onion. Sepia, purslane, sea purslane, portulaca. Sepuros, Gr. Gardner, title of Book 3. Saracum, cherry, Father Ceres, Saracis is a city of Pontus, Black Sea, whence Lucullus imported the cherry to Rome. Cerebrum, cerebellum, brains, 46. Cerfolium, cerfolium, chervil, Ger. Kerbal, Father Cerfuria. Certidotridino, printer, C. Tacuinus. Cervus, stag, venison, 339-45. Cesena, a town in Italy where there is an Apicius. Ms. Apiciana 12. Cami, cockles. Chamois, 346 sec. Charcoal used for filtering, 1. Chartreuse, 68, 131. 145a, 186, 469-70. Also see Carthusian monks and Kerm. Chasseur, 263. Cheese, cottage, 303, also see Cassius. Cheltenham Codex, Apiciana I. Cherries, 22, see Saracis. Chestnuts, 183-84a. Chicken, Pulis. Forcemeat, 50. Broth, 51, Fricas, 56. Boiled, 235, 236. 242, and dashines, 244. Creamed, with paste, 247. Stuffed, 248, 199, 213 to 17. 235, in cream, 250, disjointed. 139, Note 1, Bantam, 237. Cold, in its own gravy, 237. Fried or sauté, 236, Guinea hen. 239, Fricas varius. 245, alla fronto, 246. Parthian style, 237, and leeks. 238, with laser, 240. Roast, 241, and pumpkin. 243, galantine, 249. Fried with cream sauce, 250, Maryland. Wiener Backhandel, 250. Chickpeas, 207 to 9, p. 247. Chimneys on pies, 141. Chipolata garniture, 378. Kernix, a measure 2 sextarii, 52. Chops, 261. Chita Bruxelles auxiliary marrons. 92. Christina, Queen of Sweden, eating Apician dishes. Pages 37, 38. Chrysomelum, chrysomalum, a sort of quince. Siberia, victuals, provisions, food, same as Sibis. Hence Siberii leges, sumptuary laws. Siberium vas, a vessel or container for food. Siberius, relating to food, also Sibatio, victualling. Feeding, meal, repast. Siberium album, white repast, white dish. Blancmange. Father Blanc manger, white eating. A very old dish. Platina gives a fine recipe. For it, in Apicius it is not yet developed. The body of this dish is ground almonds and milk, thickened with meat jelly. Modern cornstarch. Puddings have no longer a resemblance to it. To speak of chocolate blancmange as we do, is a barbarism. Platina is proud of his ca. He prefers it to any Apician dessert. We agree with him. The incomplete Apicius in Platinas and in our days has no desserts worth mentioning. A German recipe of the 13th century, in Ein Buch von Guter Speise, calls ca Blamenzier, plainly a corruption of the French. By the translation of ca into the French, the origin of the dish was obliterated, a quite frequent occurrence in French kitchen terminology. Ciborium, a drinking vessel. Cibus, food, victuals, prov ender. Cicer, chickpea, small pulse, 207 to 209. Cicero, famous Roman, 409. Ciconia, stork. Although there is no direct mention of the sea as an article of diet, it has undoubtedly been eaten same as crane, egrets, flamingo and similar birds. Cinera, Canara, artichoke. Cinnamonum, cinnamon. Circellos Isacatos, a sausage, 65. Citria mala, citron, C. citrum. Citrius, citron tree. Citrum, citrium, the fruit of the citrius. Citron, citrus, 23, 81, 168. The citron tree is also Malus medica. Malus Quae citria. Vocantur, Candidura malarum. Medicorum, AP Book I, Lister thinks this is a cucumber, citrus, orange, or lemon tree and their fruits. It is remarkable that Apicius does not speak of Lemons, one of the most indispensable fruits in modern cookery, which grows so profusely in Italy today. These were imported into Italy probably later. The ancients called a number of other trees citrus also, including the cedar, the very name of which is a corruption of citrus. Classic Cookery, pages 16 to 17. Clibinus, portable oven, also a broad vessel for bread making, a dough trough. Necon, 16. Nikos, Nicus, Necus, bastard saffron, also. The blessed thistle. Nissa, smoke or steam arising from fat or meat while roasting. Cochlei, snails, also sea snails, cockles, periwinkles. 323 to 25. Lactpastae, milk-fed snails. Cochlearium, a snail farm. Place where snails were raised and fattened for the table. Also a spoonful, a measure of the capacity of a small shell, more properly, however. Cochlear, a spoon, a spoonful, 1/4 cyathus. The capacity of a small shell, also, properly, a spoon for drawing snails out of the shells. Cochleola, a small snail. Cocolobes, basil, basilica. Coctana, cotana, cotona, catona. A small dried fig from Syria. Coccio, the act of cooking or boiling. Coctiva condimenta, easy of digestion, not edible without cooking. Coctivus, soon boiled or roasted. Coctor, cook, which see, same as coquus. Cocula, same as coqua, a female cook. Coculum, a cooking vessel. Cocus, coquus, cook, which see. Coelius, name of a person, erroneously attached to that of Apicius, also Coelius, p. 13. Caladium, Edium, Easium, Easium. Variations of Colocassium, which see. Colander, illustration of a, p. 58. Colliculus, colliculus, a tender shoot, a small stalk or stem, 87 to 92. Colorado, to strain, to filter, cf 73. Colocasia, Colocassium, the dasheen, or taro. Or tenua tuber, of which there are many varieties. The root of a plant known to the ancients as Egyptian bean. Descriptions in the notes to the 74, 154, 172. 200, 244 and 322. Columnivarium, a strainer or colander for wine and other liquids. See illustration, p. 58. Columba, female pigeon, Columbus, the male. Columbulus, a squab, 220. Also used as an endearing term. Columella, writer on agriculture, on bulbs. 307, mentioning Matthias, 167. Columbades, olivey, olive swimming in the brine, from Columbus, swimming pool. Combination of dishes, 46. Commentaries on Apicius, p. 272. Commodus, a Roman, 197. Compote of early fruit, 177. Concha, shellfish mussel, cockle scallop, pearl. Oyster, also the pearl itself, or mother of pearl. Also any hollow vessel resembling a mussel shell. Cf illustration, p. 125, hence concha salis. Puri, a salt cellar. Hence also conchis, beans. Or peas cooked in the shell or in the pod. And diminutives and variations, conchicla. Faba, bean in the pod, for conchicula. Which is the same as conchis and conchicla. 194 to 98, 411. Apiciana. 195, de Pisa, 196. Commodiana, 197, Pharsalus. 199. Concoclatus, 199. Co and Ciresco, grow together, run together, thicken. Congeal, also curdle, etc., same as concretio. Concretum. Condio, to salt, to season, to flavor, to give relish or zest, to spice, to prepare with honey or pepper, and also, since spicing does this very thing, to preserve. Conditio, laying up, preserving. Conditivus. That which is laid up or preserved, same as conditum. Conditor, one who spices. Ger conditor, a pastry maker. Condimentarius, spice merchant, grocer. Condimentum, condiment, sauce, dressing, seasoning. Pickle, anything used for flavoring, seasoning. Pickling viride green herbs, pot. Herbs, cf. Candidura. Propalamide. 445, Prothino, 446. In Percam, 447, in Rebellionum. 448, Ratio Candiendi Muranas. 449, Lace Rtos, 456, Pro. Lacer to Asso, 457, Thinamiti Dentisem. 458, Denticis, 460. In Dentis Elixo, 461, Orida. 462, in Oritam Assam, 463. Scorpions, 464, Anguillum. 466, Aliot Anguilli, 467. Conditum, preserved, a preserve, cf. Condio. Malirhomum, 2, Absinthium. Romanum, 3, Paradocum, 1. Violarum, 5. Paradocum, facsimile of Vatmiz, p. 253. Candidura, a pickle, a preserve, sauce, seasoning. Marinade, the three terms, c. Conditum and condimentum are much the same in meaning, and are used indiscriminately. They also designate sweet dishes and desserts of different kinds, including many articles known to us as confections. Hence the German, Konditor. For confectioner, pastry cook. Nevertheless, a general outline of the specific meanings of these terms may be gathered from observing the nature of the several preparations listed under these headings, particularly as follows: rosatum. 4, cf. number 5. Melis, 17, Bavarum. 20, Malarum punicorum. 21, Cotonurum, 19. Ficuum, Prunarum, Purorum, 20, Malarum. Medicorum, 21, Marorum. 25, Olarum, 26. Rumesis, 27, Lape. 27, Duracinorum, 29. Prunarum, etc., 30. In most of these instances corresponds to our modern preserving. Conger, congrio, congrus, seal, conger. Congrum quem antiates brunchum. Appellant platina, cf. Anguilla. Plautus uses this fish name to characterize a very cunning person, a slippery fellow. A cook is thus called congrio in one of his plays. Conilla, cunilla, a species of the plant Oreganum. Oregani, wild marjoram. C. Sacharia. Conizat, the viscous elecampaign. Cook, cocus, coquus is the most frequent form used, Coctor, infrequent. Coqua, cocula. Female cook, though female cooks were few. The word is derived from cocera, to cook, which seems to be an imitation of the sound produced by a bubbling mess. The cook's workplace, formerly atrium. The black smoky room, was the culina, the kitchen, hence in the modern Romance tongues. Cuisine, cucina, cocina. Those who work. There are cuisiniers, cocineros, the female. A cuisinier, and so forth. The German and Swedish for kitchen are cookie and coquette, but the words cook and cook are directly related to coquus. A self-respecting Roman cook, especially a master of the art, having charge of a crew, would assume the title of magirus, or archimagirus, chief cook. This Greek magiros plainly shows the high regard in which Greek cookery stood in Rome. No American chef would think of calling himself chief cook, although chef means just that. The foreign word sounds ever so much better both in Old Rome and in New York. Magiros is derived from the Greek equivalent of the verb to knead, which leads us to the art of baking. Titles and distinctions were plentiful in the ancient bake shops, which plainly indicates departmentization and division of labor. The pister was the baker of loaves, the dulciarius the cake baker, using honey for sweetening. Martial says of the pister dulciarius, that hand will construct for you 1,000 sweet figures of art, for it the frugal bee principally labors. The penchestrarius, mentioned in Arnobius, is another confectioner. The libarius still another of the sweet craft. The crustularius and botularius were a cookie baker and a sausage maker respectively. The lactarius is the milkman, the placentarius, he who makes the placenta, a certain pancake, also a kind of cheesecake, often presented during the Saturnalia. The scriblatarius belongs here, too, in our modern parlance. We would perhaps call these two entremetiers. The scriblata must have been a sort of hot cake, perhaps an omelette, a pancake. A dessert of some kind, served hot, maybe just a griddle cake, baked on a hot stone, a tortilla. What's the use of guessing? But scriblati were good, for Plautus, in one of his plays, Ponulus, shouts, "Now, then, the scriblati are piping hot. Come hither, fellows." Not all of them did eat, however, all the time. For Posidippus derides a cook, saying, "Cum sis coquus, perfectus extra limen es. Cum non prius in averies, what? Thou art a cook, and hast gone, without dinner, over the threshold." From the Phocarius, the scullion, the fornicarius, the fireman, or furnace tender, and the culinarius, the general kitchen helper to the obsonator, the steward, the farter, to the princeps coquorum, the maitre d'hotel of the establishment. We see an organization very much similar to our own in any well-conducted kitchen. The Roman cooks, formerly slaves in the frugal days of the nation, rose to great heights of civic importance with the spread of civilization and the advance of luxury in the empire. Cf. the role of the Magiroi in the life of the ancient Greeks by E. M. Rankin, Sheik, 1907, and Roman Cooks by C. G. Harcum, Baltimore, 1914. Two monographs on this subject. Cookery, Apician, as well as modern C. discussed in the critical review of the Apicius book. Examples of deceptive C in Apicius. 6, 7, 9. 17, 229, 230. 384, 429. Of flavoring and spicing, 15. 277, 281, 369. Deserving special mention for ingenuity and excellence, 15, 21, 22. 72, 88, 177. 186, 212, 213. 214, 250, 287. 315, 428. Modern Jewish, resembling Apicius, 204 sec. Examples of attempts to remove disagreeable odors, 212 to 14, 229, 230. 292. Removing sinews from fowl, 213. Utensils, p15. Cood, ct, commentator, pages 19, 273. Copa, a woman employed in eating places and taverns, a barmaid, a waitress, an entertainer. May be all that in one person. One of the caricatures drawn on a tavern wall in Pompeii depicts a copa energetically demanding payment for a drink from a reluctant customer, p7. Copadia, dainties, delicate bits, 125. 179, 180, 271. 276, SEQ, 155.